All right, it seems like most of you have settled down a little bit, so I'm just going to introduce what we are doing today. And can you all hear me pretty fine? Eventually, we'll have some closed captioning up on the screen as well. So I just want to start off with, if anyone ever has any questions throughout the process, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer that question. But I'm going to start us off with the introduction. So today we actually have a visiting artist. The slideshow of her artwork is going on the screen right now. And our visiting artist is Sarah Gilbert. That is the woman on the left side of the hot shop closest to the front over there, just to point her out to you all. And she actually works with glass in multiple ways. So she will blow glass in the hot shop, and she can actually engrave that glass using this large blue machine in the front here. It just engraves the glass, which is what you're seeing up on the screen. This is when you kind of grind away the surface layer of glass and it exposes colors underneath. So with these cylinders, you can see we have a layer of white on top of black. So if we carve that white away, it shows the black underneath, and you could get these special designs like those hands. And if none of you have been in a hot shop before, I'll just point out a couple of furnaces. So this large tank with a closed door specifically, this is where we're getting our clear molten glass. And this is holding up to around 1,000 pounds of that glass, and it stays at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's really hot, maybe 4 times hotter than your oven can get at home. And then our next furnace, this is a large open face furnace. We only use this one for reheating the glass, but we have to keep our glass constantly warm in order to work with it. So these ones run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So I get that question all the time, and just so that I don't get a repeat of that question, I'm going to tell everyone that yes, people burn themselves in the hot shop. We're working with really, really, really hot glass, but the only burns I've ever seen are these really tiny little burns, kind of just like touching a hot pan in the kitchen on accident or accidentally bumping into something. It's not really that huge of a deal. So I was just asking about the project that we're working on today, and it is pretty different from what we were working on yesterday, so you'll see some brand new things. We're going to be working on some cylinders that are relatively similar to these, but we're going to be using specifically shaped pieces of that white glass. And we actually already have these laid out on this large metal table right here called the marver. And so we will be picking those up on the outside of a black cylinder, and we'll be able to engrave that white surface away. So today specifically, you remember how I was talking about how we have a visiting artist? So our visiting artist is actually a Museum of Glass Hot Shop employee. So usually she's here making other artists' work that they get to take home with them. But today she gets to make her own artwork that she gets to take home, and she could sell it from there. She could continue to work on it and just keep it. She can do pretty much anything she wants with it. And so whenever we have a visiting artist, that's how it works. They create their own artwork, just kind of creating their own visions and bringing them to life. And if we were to come in on a day that's a little bit slower, we don't have a visiting artist, usually we're making things for the store. So we do a couple of different things in the hot shop, and it really just depends on what day you're coming in. And do we actually have Sarah's artist introduction video that we could put up?
We work with artists every week for their residency, and so we go through it on a weekly basis, but it's a big deal and it's a huge honor to be able to work here. It's really cool to get to work with the team that I work with every week, actually realizing my own ideas. This week I'm trying to focus on kind of three major projects. One is making these cylinders that will be opened into sheet glass and then referencing older engravings. These cylinders will have very specific layering of color though. So once they become sheet glass, I can cut through those specific layers to make that patterning. The second one being trying to create kind of the illusion of like a dotted line in three-dimensional space. So maybe that like dotted line that's an arrow on like a map or something, trying to show you direction. But imagine if you had to like go backwards and forwards and over here and then down here, and maybe the whole thing ties you into a knot. That's definitely a new idea and something I'm trying to experiment with. And then the third one is making these flowers, really trying to get like the gesture of my hand in making these flowers. I want them to really appear kind of cartoony in a way. later, once they're assembled and come back down to room temperature, I'm gonna engrave imagery on the flower petals.
It's a little premature, but Sarah's been here for 13 years.
Wow.
So this is a pretty timely thing for Sarah, and I just wanted to give you a little
Stop it.
token of my appreciation.
To think of like where I was when I started here and how much I've learned from working with this crew and the artists that have come through here, it's pretty huge, and it's a pretty huge like moment in my career, I feel like. So that's been pretty special this week.
So once again, I just wanted to show you guys that video because that is the introduction to our visiting artist, Sarah Gilbert, who is once again over on that left bench. You could kind of see her in the background on the screen. And it looks like we are getting started on our first project over on that right bench. So whenever we need to gather our next layer of clear glass, we'll usually kind of sit and just rest this glass, as you can see they're doing, kind of letting it cool down a little bit before gathering that next layer. And this is where we're getting our glass, which I mentioned earlier. You could just imagine this is like a giant pot of honey. We just have that molten glass inside of this furnace. It's very viscous, very sticky. You'll be able to see that texture. All right, so the only questions I'm getting so far are, what would happen if you put your hand in the furnace? What would happen if it fell on you? Can I touch it? Can I eat it? So can I get some real questions, please? Real questions only. So yesterday we were actually working on some very different pieces, and we were working on a range of kind of smaller pieces like this to larger. And a smaller piece will usually take 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how much practice you have with that specific piece. The more experimental the piece gets, obviously the longer it's going to take because you really don't have a lot of practice with it. Something that's larger like this could take a couple of hours to maybe even all day. So like I mentioned earlier, the glass's melting point is at around 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's really hard to reach that temperature, especially at home, because your ovens at home pretty much only get to around 500 degrees Fahrenheit. Although I do know that some people, if they're really, really into glass blowing, they can find a way to create their own glass studios at home. But what I recommend for you guys is looking into the Hilltop Artist Program. Has anyone heard of that program yet? Yeah, so there's a couple of things that you can do. You could do an after-school program. You could do a class, and it's just through the Tacoma Public Schools. So I get this question every now and then, and I've had a couple of you ask me so far, so I'll just share with the rest of the audience about the biggest glass piece that I've seen be made here at the museum. And a while ago, they actually made a 80-pound clear glass bell jar. So if you don't know what a bell jar is, it's basically like this really large glass dome that you put over an object, kind of just to display the object. But yeah, this was an 80-pound piece, and it was big enough that maybe some kids could crawl up inside of it and just sit in there. Honestly, it was huge. So the glass mixture itself is mostly silica sand, as you might imagine. We melt sand to get glass. But of course, we have a few other ingredients in this specific glass. This is a soft glass that we use in the hot shop, so it has a lower melting point because of the couple of ingredients that we add, such as soda ash and limestone. And I believe there's one more ingredient. The mixture has changed a little over time, but the main thing is that this is a completely different glass than if you were to just take a bottle or maybe a beaker. Those are all different kinds of glass. So if you're pointing at the large black box on the far walls, okay, so those we'll actually use eventually today. We put our finished pieces inside of those boxes. They're called annealers, and it slowly cools that glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. We can't just set a piece of hot glass aside because it will crack or break from thermal shock. So I get questions about color all the time, and it's really interesting. So I was just briefly talking about this, but the way that we get color inside of glass itself in the very beginning is just mixing metals and minerals into the glass. So some of you may have heard of cobalt blue glass, maybe, kind of an antique glass that people like to collect. So you literally take cobalt metal and mix it into the glass to get that rich blue, as just an example. So we take various metals and minerals to put into the glass, and we actually get it shipped in bar form like this. This is called color bar. All these pieces on that front table, and if it's hard for you to see, I can hold up a little example piece. So this is color bar. And we'll take a section of this and melt it down and then drop it onto a small clear bubble. And this will create a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece, kind of like these pieces down in the front here. All right, so if you guys haven't been introduced to what's going on so far yet, I just want to introduce you all that we have a visiting artist with us today who is Sarah Gilbert. She's the one sitting at that center bench up on the screen right now. and she's creating her own artwork today. She's usually here supporting other visiting artists and making their artwork, but she gets to make her visions come to life during this residency. So this started on Wednesday. This is the third day of this residency, and today she's working on some projects that are pretty similar to these cylinders down on this front table right here. But instead, as you can see, we have these white sections instead of this large white block. And the underneath of this cylinder is probably black. It's just a completely different color than that white on the surface. Although it's really hard to see the true color of the glass when it's this hot, because when the glass is hot, it's glowing orange, kind of like lava. It's radiating heat and light. But as they continue to work with this piece and it cools down, you'll see more of that true color. And the purpose for having the white on top of that other color is so that the artist can actually engrave the surface of the glass away to create either lettering or designs like flowers. And you can see some examples of these on our front pedestals over on the left and the right of the hot shop here. So these actually have some lettering on the surface of them that she used this large blue engraving machine right here to carve. And I want to let you guys know real quick that if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And do we have some closed captioning that we could put up on the screen? It's a little bit loud. And if there's no closed captioning, could I just have my mic turned up a little bit? All right, so welcome into the hot shop. Sounds like my mic was turned up, so hopefully you all can hear me pretty easily. But today we actually have a visiting artist, and you may have seen that sign as you walked in through the hot shop doors already, but I'm going to introduce her real quick. So today we have Sarah Gilbert, and that is the woman sitting at that center bench right front and center here. And she is working on a huge variety of projects throughout this entire residency of hers. This started on Wednesday. Today we're working on some large cylinders, kind of like this right here. You can see it's really starting to take shape. But this time, instead of having this large block of white color, we'll have these spots of white color across the cylinder. And the purpose of having these two colors on top of each other is so that she can actually engrave the surface of the glass away to reveal that second color underneath. And this will give her the ability to just get some really good depth of details in the piece, such as shading, if you know a little bit of art terms, and as well as just creating stark contrast, maybe some white flowers. And could we have the slideshow of Sarah's artwork up on the screen, please? Since I was just mentioning what she does with these pieces of glass, I just wanted to show off her artwork up on the screen and give you guys a really good idea of what this may turn out to be. So these hands right here, it's hard to believe, but those are actually just sheets of black and white glass layered on top of each other, and then she engraved through that white to reveal the black underneath. And that's all there was to it. It's a really complex, detailed project. The rest of these pieces all also have that engraving as well. Some of them are sheets of glass, some of them are blown pieces of glass. And if I didn't mention already, we have some of these pieces on display on the left pedestal right here, and as well as this right pedestal right here. So if you wanted to take a closer look, just look at some examples of her artwork. And if I didn't mention already, we're using this large blue machine right here to engrave the glass itself. And this is, of course, done when the glass is cooled off completely, usually the next day or even a later date. So this piece of the center bench that we're working on, they're working on turning it into that cylinder shape. You just saw them hang that glass down towards the floor. And this is basically them using gravity as another one of their tools as it stretches that glass towards the ground and creates a longer shape. And this pad that Sarah's using here, this is going to sound odd, but this is simply folded up newspapers soaked in water, and that's pretty much as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass is with that pad. And before I continue on just explaining the process and what they're doing, I want to mention to you all that if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer that question. So for this piece specifically, I haven't seen them make this exact piece yet, so I couldn't tell you the time, but we started at around 10 a.m. So it's taken 45 minutes so far. It could take up to an hour and a half, a couple of hours most likely. And these cylinders, I believe, eventually are even cut open and then spread open to turn into a sheet of glass. That's how they make these really large panels of multiple colors of glass. So this may even be a multi-day project technically. So we have our furnaces which reheat the glass entirely overall, but we also have these large fluffy flame torches, and these will heat just one area of the glass at a time, so we can get some extra heat in one area or to kind of like balance some heat out in the piece. And speaking of the furnaces, this large glass furnace with the closed door here, this is where we're keeping all of our clear molten glass, is in this tank. And it holds up to around 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over 4 times the heat of your oven at home, just to give you a gauge. And then, of course, these open face furnaces that we have, these are used for reheating only, and they run between 2,100 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So usually a little bit hotter, just so you can reheat that glass a little bit quicker. So as you can see, I just mentioned this torch briefly, but they're using this torch to heat up the back end of the piece, kind of where the glass is connected to the pipe around that area. And this is because that back end is actually the coldest area of the glass. Naturally, it's the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. So we have to apply some extra heat to kind of balance things out usually. So as you can see, they've just attached a second pipe to the bottom of the piece, and this is going to allow them to break this piece off from its original pipe. And this is basically just flip the orientation of the piece. So now we have access to the top side of the cylinder, and we can open it up and start to straighten those walls out. So based off of Sarah's previous projects, I'm guessing that these cylinders, including the ones that are already made, including the ones that they're making right now, are eventually going to be cut down the side and then opened up into a panel. And I was trying to describe this earlier to someone. You could just imagine you have a cylinder, kind of like a piece of paper, and it's like you open that cylinder up, and then you have a sheet of glass. And so with that sheet of glass, they can then carve designs into it, just as Sarah really likes to do with this machine right here. And we have some examples of these hands over on that left pedestal. It's really hard to see them, but those are from sheets of black and white layered glass as well. So that's a really good example. And it looks like there's a good example up on the screen. This is something that's very similar. This one has an example of shading. So if you wanted a little bit of a gradient, as if you're creating a shadow on the hands. This is how you would create that, by cutting away just little bits of that semi-opaque layer of white glass. So after attaching that second pipe to the bottom, looks like they've heated up the front of the piece really hot, enough for them to work with it. And they're now using this small cone-shaped tool, the Sophietta. And that little piece on the end that they were sticking into the opening of the piece is usually the mouthpiece for this tool, but they flipped it around because the opening of this piece is kind of small. But this is going to re-inflate the glass a little bit. It's going to kind of puff the shoulder out and give the piece a little bit more volume in that area. So then to break off this little piece of excess glass, they use a pair of diamond shears and then tap it off onto the floor. And we usually will have bits of broken glass on the floor, but we just let this sit aside and cool down before we can finally throw it away. And now, as you could see, this glass is cooling down quite a bit, so we're starting to see more and more of the true color of the glass. It looks like it may be a sort of translucent gray color for this piece. So whenever we're putting the glass in the furnace over and over again for these short periods of time like this is called flashing. We're keeping the glass at an even warm temperature of around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. We want to make sure it stays at that temperature. Otherwise, we could get cracking and breaking from thermal shock from the glass basically cooling too quickly. And the same thing can happen if we heat up the glass too quickly as well. So it goes both ways. We have to just treat glass pretty gently, heat it up, cool it down very slowly. Now, as they continue working on this piece, it looks like Sarah's making sure that those walls are straight right now, going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades. And you'll see glass artists use the jacks very frequently. They use them to open pieces up, and they use them to create jack lines, which was that divot in the glass that they broke away from the pipe earlier, as an example. And something else that's kind of tricky is you could see very obviously that we're working with multiple colors for this piece, especially in just these really large quantities or large spots. And different colors of glass actually move differently. They melt at very slightly different rates. And so if you have two colors right next to each other, they want to blow out and move differently from each other. So if you want something straight, you have to really kind of push it to be straight. So one of the fastest things I've seen people make with glass is something that this man right here makes, Nick. And he will make these little sculpted horses. And there's an example of one on this large metal box here, kind of on the far end. And you'll see them throughout the hot shop here and there. There's some on top of the furnace in the back as well. So once their edits start to get a little bit slower like this, it means that they're getting pretty close to finishing the piece off. And like I mentioned earlier, this cylinder is eventually going to be opened up into a panel that they can engrave. And so they don't really need to open the top of this cylinder up to create these straight walls. They don't need to really alter the top or the bottom of this cylinder at all because it's just going to be cut off anyways. So you can always tell when we're getting ready to break a piece off and put it away, because you'll see somebody get suited up in these Kevlar gloves, which means that they're going to pick this piece of glass up off the end of the pipe. So to break this off, they just apply a little bit of water to that connecting area and then tap the pipe, and that usually breaks it pretty cleanly. And then, like I mentioned earlier, this is going to be carried over to the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. And this is going to slowly cool that piece of glass down, at least overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow at least, as it cools down. So that was our first piece of the day completed. And that was a successful break. It's gone into the annealer. And I was talking about that engraving earlier, so just to mention again, eventually that is going to be cut open, turned into a panel, and then used on this engraving machine, this large blue machine right here, so that they could create these detailed designs on them, just like Sarah's other artwork. And just in case some of you haven't seen that, could I have Sarah's artwork up on the screen again, please? Thank you. So these hands are an example of those panels. So welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined. You just came in for the beginning of our next project. We just finished our first project of the day, which was a large cylinder, kind of like these down on this front table right here. And it looks like we're getting started over on that right bench. They're getting started with our color application. So this is how we get our color on the glass, is by using these pieces of solid colored glass called color bar. And we get these shipped in, but the mixture for this is glass and then a metal of some kind usually, or a mineral. So just as an example, some of you may have heard of cobalt blue glass, and that's literally mixing cobalt metal into the glass to get that rich blue color. So over on that right bench, they just have this small clear bubble, and Gabe is heating up a piece of that color bar. It's really molten at this point. They're going to literally drop this on top of that small clear bubble. You can see they're holding it upright already. And this is just going to give us a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece, a lot like these. You can see it's a really smooth layer. But if you were to look at the cross section of this glass, you'd be able to see it's just this really small, almost paper thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear usually. So they've just dropped that color. They're going to work on rolling it back and completely covering that clear bubble. And I'll point out our next furnace here that Gabe is about to use. This is our glass furnace. Inside of this furnace, we just have about 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. It can get up to that. And it has a temperature of around 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It stays at that very steady temperature 24/7 so that that glass is always ready to use. And you can see the texture of this glass is very viscous and sticky, which means it's moving a lot. It's kind of like honey. And the next furnace I'll mention here that they've been using over and over again today, this large open face furnace is running between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit hotter usually. And it's used for only reheating, and I like to mention that there's no glass inside of it. So whenever they're going in there, it's just to make the glass hotter and kind of a taffy or putty texture so that they can continue working with that glass. And before I continue on, I want to mention that if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know, and I'll just come right over to answer that question. And it can even be questions about or for our visiting artist, Sarah Gilbert, who is over on the left, and she's the one up front on the hot shop floor. And this is all her artwork and her ideas that she'll eventually be able to do whatever she wants with them, take them home, sell them. So it really depends on what project we're working on, but these projects have been taking about an hour, maybe a little over an hour each so far. This will be the second one that we're working on today, so we've only made one so far. So whenever we finish a piece of glass, like our last one, we will take it and we'll put it in this large black box on the far wall. Today we're using this right one, but we have one on the other side as well. And these are called annealers. They slowly cool the glass down so that they don't break from thermal shock. And that process is at least overnight, if not longer, depending on how thick the glass is. The thicker it is, the longer it takes to cool down. And if I didn't mention already, it's just going to prevent thermal shock, which is cooling the glass too quickly. If you were to cool it too quickly, it would crack and break. It's just what happens. So we have our furnaces, but we also have these torches. And this torch usually stays lit constantly while they're working, just so that they can reach back and grab it whenever they need it. They just have it ready to go. And this torch runs around the same temperature as the furnaces, maybe around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But the torches heat up one specific area of glass rather than the entire thing overall. So we can focus heat in one area, or we can balance heat out if one area is too cold. And could I actually have that introduction video of Sarah Gilbert? So I have a little video that should come up on screen in a moment. This will just explain our visiting artist, and she is actually a Museum of Glass employee.
We work with artists every week for their residency, and so we go through it on a weekly basis, but it's a big deal and it's a huge honor to be able to work here. It's really cool to get to work with the team that I work with every week, actually realizing my own ideas. This week I'm trying to focus on kind of 3 major projects. One is making these cylinders that will be opened into sheet glass and then referencing older engravings. These cylinders will have very specific layering of color though. So once they become sheet glass, I can cut through those specific layers to make that patterning. The second one being trying to create kind of the illusion of like a dotted line in 3-dimensional space. So maybe that like dotted line that's an arrow on like a map or something, trying to show you direction. But imagine if you had to like go backwards and forwards and over here and then down here, and maybe the whole thing ties you into a knot. That's definitely a new idea and something I'm trying to experiment with. And then the third one is making these flowers, really trying to get like the gesture of my hand in making these flowers. I want them to really appear kind of cartoony in a way. Later, once they're assembled and come back down to room temperature, I'm gonna engrave imagery on the flower petals.
It's a little premature, but Sarah's been here for 13 years.
Wow.
So this is a pretty timely thing for Sarah, and I just wanted to give you a little
Stop it.
token of my appreciation.
To think of like where I was when I started here and how much I've learned from working with this crew and the artists that have come through here, it's pretty huge, and it's a pretty huge like moment in my career, I feel like. So that's been pretty special this week.
So you can see they've gathered another layer of clear over top of what they already had. They've brought it over to the center bench to start shaping this glass out. The first tool that they're using is called a block. That's this wooden spoon-shaped tool here. You'll usually see them use it right after a fresh gather of clear glass. And as you can see, that's really rounding and smoothing all of that fresh glass out. And this usually just makes sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. So right now there is a bubble inside of this glass. It's really hard to see it because there is a layer of color surrounding it right now. But as this piece gets bigger and bigger, the walls will get thinner and thinner, and we'll be able to see more of that true color, and you'll be able to see how it's hollow. So something interesting is happening over on the left of the hot shop. So Nick is actually dumping a glass mixture into the furnace. Some of you were asking about that earlier, so this is a good visual of it. So this is mostly silica sand, and then there's a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone going into the furnace. This will hopefully lower the melting point of the glass. This is a soft glass mixture, so it has a lower melting point than other types of glass. So in this tube, you could kind of imagine it's almost a little bit of a grainy mixture. It's not exactly pure and soft like sand. It's kind of clumped together almost. And for everyone who just joined in, I want to introduce you all to what's going on currently. So today we actually have a visiting artist. And this visiting artist is actually a Museum of Glass hot shop employee. So she is usually here making other people's art and kind of bringing their visions to life. But she's bringing her own visions to life during this residency, which started on Wednesday. So this is the third day that she's making her own art in here this time. And today they're specifically working on these large cylinders, kind of like what you could see down on this front table right here. So this is the project that we're working on right now. And the first one we made was just this really large, kind of semi-transparent gray. And then it had these big splotches of white, just these big patches of white, you can imagine. So just for those who just joined, I want to orient you with the hot shop a little bit. So I want to point out this furnace with the closed door right here to the right of where we're working. This is where we're getting all of our clear glass today. And this holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. That's a ton, literally. And this will stay at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit or 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. That's over 4 times the heat of your oven at home. So it gets really, really hot. And the glass itself at that point becomes the texture of honey. It's very viscous, very sticky. It's kind of drippy. You may be able to see them get some of that glass on their pipe later on. So I get questions about this all the time. I just got a question about why aren't they wearing gloves or why aren't they wearing, protective equipment, really. And this is because the things that they're handling in the hot shop are not very hot. Like the specific area of the pipe that they're touching is okay. You could kind of imagine it's like a frying pan on the stove. As long as you don't put the handle in the heat, you can touch the handle and you can use the handle as a tool. So you can kind of imagine this as the same thing. And this table that we're rolling it on right here, for example, this is the Marvers, this really large steel table, and we will roll the glass on it to cool it down, to shape it. But since that metal is super cold, the glass is not going to want to attach itself to it. And these guys have been working with glass for a very long time, all of them over 20 years individually, some of them up to 30 years of glass experience. And so they are very experienced in handling the glass, and it's not very dangerous at that point for them anymore because they know how to be safe with it in the first place. So I get questions about burns all the time, so I'm just going to talk to the whole audience about it. Whenever you burn yourself in the hot shop, it's usually really small, kind of like accidentally touching something hot in the kitchen, very brief. You accidentally touch the wrong end of a tool, or you accidentally, just get a little pop of glass against your leg, but it just pops right away. It's just this teeny tiny little burn, so it's not really that big of a deal. Well, I just answered why we aren't wearing gloves or personal protective equipment, but it's because they're very experienced and they're not touching anything that's physically hot. So anything that they're touching is room temperature pretty much, maybe just a little bit warmer, but it's perfectly safe. So the last piece that we made was this kind of dark, transparent gray, like the see-through gray. And then these pieces that we have here are black and white. So it could be any range of black or gray possibly for this piece. But I know for sure that we're going to have white markings on the surface of the glass as well. So this building is really interesting. It's actually based off of these wood burners we used to have along this waterway that we're on. And so it's just kind of paying tribute to what this area used to be used for and what this area used to be, which was for logging. Logging is when you are cutting down trees and using the wood for different things. So. And these wood burners, they would just kind of use them to burn leftover scraps, but they didn't really have a use for them anymore because we try to use all of the wood up now. So this is a process of getting those white spots onto that big, large bubble of glass. So they've heated up those little pieces of glass, and they're rolling the glass over top of it to pick them up. So now you can see we have those white spots of color across our piece. So as we continue to blow this piece out, the white spots will remain on the surface. And this is really important because our artists actually will engrave the surface of the glass later on using this large blue machine that we have in the front here. This is what we use to engrave that glass. And some good examples of that were up on the screen with that slideshow, of course, but we also have some physical examples down on this front pedestal and some examples on the far pedestal on the right of the hot shop as well. So the building that we're inside of is made of metal. You could see it is very shiny metal, probably steel, stainless steel. And a lot of the heat in the hot shop actually stays under this hood right here that we have above all of the furnaces. And it goes back and up into this ventilation that we have behind the screen. So whenever we finish one of our glass pieces, which you guys haven't seen us finish one yet, I believe, but whenever we finish one, these go into these really large black boxes that we have on the far walls of our hot shop. This is the one that we're using today, so you could keep an eye out for that. But these are called annealers, and they keep anything that we put inside of it at around 950 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button, it slowly cools down overnight, so it doesn't break from thermal shock, which is when you cool glass too quickly, it will break or crack. So we're trying to prevent that by cooling it very slowly. So our furnaces are actually running off of natural gas and forced air, and so power may not be as related as you might think for those furnaces. And if there were something to happen to the gas, maybe, like if it were to have to shut off, the tank would actually be destroyed because the glass cooling down would kind of grip the tank and can break it physically. There's so much glass in there that it has to stay at that molten temperature for a very long time. And it is a handmade ceramic tank inside of there. Everything in the hot shop is very niche, so it's handmade tools, handmade machinery. It's very interesting. So these pieces that we've been working on today have been taking an hour to an hour and a half maybe for each piece. The last one took an hour, 10 minutes. So the pieces that we're making today are moving pretty fast, honestly. So the building we're inside of is tall, mostly for aesthetics or just mostly for fun, basically. But it's also allowing heat to rise, so it is functional in a way because heat will rise to the top. And we have a large fan at the top that kind of pulls out that hot air as well. So actually, this is really interesting. Later on, when we put the piece away, we actually do use a pair of Kevlar gloves, which is the same material as firefighting suits, to pick up that glass and put it away. So the glass may seem to be changing color right now, but it's actually just because it's so hot inside of the furnace. So the glass is kind of like lava. That's the best way to describe it. It's radiating heat and it's radiating light. So you're seeing light coming from the glass because it's so hot. So it looks orange. So to get the color to begin with, if I didn't mention to you guys already, we usually use something called color bar, which are these pieces of solid colored glass like this right here. And we'll melt this section down and then drop it onto a small clear bubble and then spread that over top of the bubble. And this creates this really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece, kind of like this right here. So mixing colors is not really possible when it comes to glass. You can have a gradient, which means you can go from one color to another very slowly, or you can have stripes of color, or you can have spots of color, or if you wanted something like purple, you don't really mix red and blue, you just buy a purple color. So the glass itself is mostly silica sand, as you might imagine. You melt sand and it turns into glass. But we also have a couple of other added ingredients to lower the melting point. So instead of melting at a super high temperature, maybe like 3 or 4,000, it melts at 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this is a soft glass and it has a lower melting point than other types of glass. So the glass looks orange because it's kind of like lava, like I was trying to describe earlier. So it's emitting or radiating, or you see light coming from the glass itself, just because it's kind of like lava. It's so hot that it's creating light. So glass is interesting in that way. So it can withstand a certain amount of heat, and I've actually seen glass boil and glass burn. So it is possible to burn or boil glass, but I've never seen it happen in this hot shop here. So it depends on the stage of the glass, like if it's hard or if it's soft in that moment. So if they were to drop it right now, it's still kind of moving, it's kind of gooey, so it would drop and then it would slowly kind of start to spread out until it cools down, kind of like dropping putty or taffy. And then if you were to drop it while the glass is cold, maybe 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or colder, at that point the glass is hard and it can break. So this torch constantly stays on when they're working with a piece of glass, just so that they can reach back and grab it anytime they need it. So if they suddenly need to heat an area up, if it's too cold, or if they just want to use it for convenience, they just leave it on so that it's very, very easy for them to use. So they said that it might weigh around 7 pounds. And that may not sound like a lot, but when it's all the way on the end of a pipe, it feels a lot heavier than it actually is, just because of something called leverage, which means when something's far away from you, it just feels a lot heavier and kind of harder to hold on to. So when it comes to the heating furnaces, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. And then we have 2 glass furnaces, of course. And that one on the left is currently charging, which means it's melting some glass currently. And then we also have various little boxes that have heat in them as well. So we have this large box right here. This is called the garage. So there's many, many different things that heat things in this hot shop. But as for furnaces themselves, we just have those that are on the wall right there. So with this piece specifically, it is hollow, kind of like a balloon. So when you blow into a balloon, it's just going to make that balloon bigger and bigger, and the walls of the balloon thinner and thinner. And the same thing is happening with this glass right here. So when they blow into the end of the tube, it's like blowing air into a straw. It goes all the way through and into that balloon of glass. So that's how the piece was getting bigger and bigger earlier on. So this piece specifically is going to turn out similar to these ones right here. It's kind of just a really big cylinder. And the tops of these pieces have a really, really small opening. And that's pretty much all there is to it. But they're pretty thin walled. They're really light overall. So I'm not quite sure what you're asking in that question, but we've pretty much made anything you can imagine in this hot shop. This hot shop has been open since 2002, and we've worked on solid glass pieces. We've worked on hollow glass pieces like this. We've made fancy vases with stems. We've made pitchers, like a water pitcher with handles. We can do pretty much anything in this hot shop here. And as you can see, there's something exciting going on right now. They've just attached a second pipe to the bottom of our cylinder here. And this is so that they can break the original pipe away from the piece. And this is going to basically flip the orientation so we have access to the other side or the top side of this piece. So once they're happy with this connection, all they have to do to break it off is apply some water to this jack line, which is the divot right in between the piece and the pipe. See, they're applying the water, and then they tap the pipe, and this breaks that piece cleanly off. So now you can see that we have access to the other side. So now we can start working on the other side and opening this up a little bit or doing anything that we need to do to that other side. So these paddles that we're using at the center bench, they're simply wood, most likely cherry wood, and they'll use them for all sorts of things. You can see they're pretty charred, so we'll use them to physically flatten the bottom of a piece as an example, or smooth out the opening of a piece. But also we use these paddles to do something called shielding, which is just protecting the artist's hands and arms from the heat of the piece. And since this piece does have a pretty large surface area, it's probably emitting a little bit more heat than some other pieces. So they're trying to protect her arms and her hands. And that's also why she's wearing a glove on her right hand. It's just to protect from that heat a little bit more. So this whole table right here is a setup for the engraving of the glass. And engraving is basically just grinding and kind of scraping away the surface layer of glass. So with this piece specifically, we have white on top of black glass. So when we carve the white away, it shows the black underneath. And we can create some special designs doing that. We could create shading, which is just creating little shadows in the glass. So that's what this machine is used for. And all of these little pieces of metal here are different sizes of bits, which are the grinding attachments. This is what we use to carve the glass. So the furnaces on the left side of the hot shop and the right side of the hot shop in the center, they're all pretty much the same. There's not really a big difference between any of them. So we have 2 glass furnaces, and then we have 3 active heating furnaces right now, and that's pretty much all there is to it. And we have all of them on right now just so that we can work at every single bench if we want to. We can work at multiple stations at the same time. So each of these pieces that we've been working on today have taken about an hour, a little bit over an hour each. And I think we started this one a little over 45 minutes ago, so we're getting closer to the end of the process here. So with this piece, it looks like it's the same as the last one, or the same colors, which is a see-through gray. So it is going to end up gray, kind of as you see it right now. So I don't know how to explain it better than this, but we're making a cylinder, which is exactly this shape right here. So this is pretty much exactly what we're making. But as you see, we have a sort of transparent or a see-through gray instead of black. And then we have spots of white instead of a huge block of white. So that's exactly what we're making. Did you catch that? So with these pieces that are laid out on this table specifically, these are kind of lined up and ready to engrave. So these are not engraved yet. And they just wrote with Sharpie on the surface where they want the writing to be. But with these pieces, if you were to come closer, we actually do have words written across the surface of this glass. And that was already done. So those pieces are already done. And that's a really good example of before and after. So it was a purposeful break. So what they did was they broke off some excess glass or some extra glass off of the end of the piece. And now they should have a pretty even opening. It should be nice and small, exactly how they want it. And for anyone that's recently joined, I want to reintroduce our visiting artist for the day. And her name's Sarah Gilbert. You may have seen that sign as you came in through the hot shop doors. And she's the one sitting at the center bench here currently. And whenever someone's sitting at the bench itself and they're working with the glass, they're called the gaffer. It's kind of like the glass blowing team leader. So just a little fun fact. And today, specifically, we are working on these sort of large cylinders of blown glass. And these will eventually be carved into using this engraving machine right here, this large blue machine on this front table. And of course, this is done when the glass is cooled off, so you have to wait a day for the glass to cool, but it may be done at an even later date on top of that as well. And could I actually have that little artist introduction video for Sarah up on the screen, please? I don't think you guys have seen this video yet.
We work with artists every week for their residency, and so we go through it on a weekly basis, but it's a big deal and it's a huge honor to be able to work here. It's really cool to get to work with the team that I work with every week, actually realizing my own ideas. This week I'm trying to focus on kind of 3 major projects. One is making these cylinders that will be opened into sheet glass and then referencing older engravings. These cylinders will have very specific layering of color though. So once they become sheet glass, I can cut through those specific layers to make that patterning. The second one being trying to create kind of the illusion of like a dotted line in 3-dimensional space. So maybe that like dotted line that's an arrow on like a map or something, trying to show you direction. But imagine if you had to like go backwards and forwards and over here and then down here, and maybe the whole thing ties you into a knot. That's definitely a new idea and something I'm trying to experiment with. And then the third one is making these flowers, really trying to get like the gesture of my hand in making these flowers. I want them to really appear kind of cartoony in a way. Later, once they're assembled and come back down to room temperature, I'm gonna engrave imagery on the flower petals.
It's a little premature, but Sarah's been here for 13 years.
Wow.
So this is a pretty timely thing for Sarah, and I just wanted to give you a little
Stop it.
token of my appreciation.
To think of like where I was when I started here and how much I've learned from working with this crew and the artists that have come through here, it's pretty huge, and it's a pretty huge like moment in my career, I feel like. So that's been pretty special this week.
And some of you may remember from earlier, but to break a piece off of the pipe, we just apply a little bit of water to that connecting point and then tap the pipe itself, and that should break it off nice and cleanly. And up on the screen, we have a slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork, Sarah Gilbert, once again. And that is the woman who's been working at the center bench here. And her specialty when it comes to this glass art is actually engraving. And I think I already pointed this out, but this large blue machine in the front here is used for that engraving with all these different bits. And I just want to test real quick. Can you guys hear me okay on the mic, even though I'm far away? Okay, you guys can hear me fine? Perfect. So now you guys get to see our process from the very beginning for these pieces. So Gabe has just grabbed a piece of color bar. And if you guys haven't seen that yet, it's just a solid piece of colored glass, just like this one right here in my hand. So we'll take that section of color, melt it down before dropping it onto a really small clear bubble, and then we'll spread this over top of that bubble. And this creates a very smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece, much like these pieces down in the front right here. And we've also been using solid color for even our designs, but this is coming in the form of a sheet of glass, and you'll be able to see that eventually. We're going to make something very similar to these cylinders down on this front table right here. And out in the back, over on the right side of the hot shop here, we have this large tank with a closed door. This is where we're getting all of our clear glass for this project. So you'll see them gathering from this furnace here and there. It holds up to 1,000 pounds of that clear glass, and it stays at a pretty steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And welcome to everyone who just joined in with us. I see a few new faces in the crowd. Today we have a visiting artist, Sarah Gilbert. And she actually is a Museum of Glass Hot Shop employee. She's up here kind of sharing the tools that she works with to create the engravings on her glass art. You can see some samples of this with the writing across the glass here. And it looks like we're getting started over on that right bench. This is the very beginning of our process. This is called a color overlay or a color drop. So we took a piece of color, kind of like these that are laid out right here. We melted it down before dropping it onto a small clear bubble. And that's at the stage that we're at right now. So now we're going to work on rolling that back over the clear bubble. This will completely cover the clear bubble and create a really smooth, even layer of color, kind of like these little cups down on this front table. So this we always do in the very beginning of our process, is getting that color. And the color itself comes from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass. I'm sure some of you have heard of cobalt blue. It's literally cobalt mixed into the glass to get that rich blue color. And this is eventually going to turn into a large cylinder, kind of like these pieces down on this front table right here. And these will eventually be engraved as well using that large blue machine on this front table here. And these even may be split down the side and then opened into a panel. That's usually how they create panels of specialized glass, is by creating a cylinder of those multiple layers of color and then cutting it open and laying it flat. So this process is a pretty long one, since when you're engraving the glass, it obviously has to be room temperature for you to hold it. So it has to go through an annealing process. It has to cool down very slowly, at least overnight. And then the next day you could take it out and you can either cut it open or just engrave the surface of the piece itself. And on top of that, some of these pieces, after being engraved, are then flame polished. So when you engrave it, kind of has this sort of foggy appearance to it, kind of like the back end of this piece. But then when you heat it up again to nearly molten temperature or just barely molten, it gets this really nice shine to it again. And before gathering our next layers of clear glass, just to build up some mass for this piece, they'll usually let the previous layer of glass that they have, whether it's color or another layer of clear, cool down before gathering that next layer of clear. So that little nozzle there is just blowing some compressed air, cooling that glass down even faster than if we were to just leave it alone. And if I didn't say so already, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer that question. It can even be a question for our visiting artist who has designed and created all of this artwork that you're seeing today, Sarah Gilbert, at the center bench once again. So there we've gathered our next layer of clear, and you can really see how viscous and sticky that fresh glass is. It's really very similar to the texture of honey when it comes freshly out of that tank. And this wooden spoon-shaped tool that we're using, this is called a block. We'll usually use this after a fresh gather of clear to kind of smooth and even all of that fresh glass out. You can see it's becoming a little bit rounder and smoother here. This will make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. Yeah, definitely. So when you're working outside with glass, like I've tried to work outside with glass, or like having even just a door open next to you, a garage door, regular door, if there's wind coming, it can move your flame physically as well as cool your glass down faster. So it's really annoying to have moving air around your glass or just colder air in general. It's kind of dangerous even. You have to heat up the glass over and over and over again to make sure it doesn't crack. So right after gathering that layer of clear, Nick has hung that pipe down with the glass towards the ground, and he's actually done something called a strip gather. So this is just giving us a partial layer of that clear glass, and this can be to hit exact measurements or maybe just to cover up a layer of special color or pattern as an example. And all of this is basically just to build up mass and more layers for the piece itself. And then once they have all of the glass they need, they'll usually move to the center bench and start to fully blow it out and turn it into its final form. And in this case, if I didn't mention already, it is going to turn into one of these large cylinders, kind of like these up in the front. But of course, this time we have these large, almost splotches of white. And these were created using sheets of white glass. So we have some small examples down on this front table right here. These are basically what we're using to create the white. So at the center here, you can see Gabe is holding a large plate, and this has those individual white pieces of that sheet glass, kind of like these pieces right here, and they're all arranged in a specific pattern that the artist wants. They're all just kind of abstract shapes. And this is going to basically be preheated. We want to make sure that those sheets of glass are nice and warm. So when we're ready, this bubble will be rolled over top of those sheets of glass to pick them up. And then we'll have those white spots of color across our entire piece. It's a really cool process, and you guys will be able to see it at the center bench pretty well. And to preheat these little pieces of glass, they're going into the garage, which is this large silver box right here. And this box usually has a heat of 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so it can be used to preheat glass, or it can be used to hold glass at a pretty stable temperature. Since that temperature is not hot enough to melt or change the shape of the glass, it's also not cold enough to let it crack or break from thermal shock. And it looks like they have all the glass they need to continue moving on with this project. So they've moved it to the center bench. They'll start to blow it out and turn it into a little bit of a cylinder shape to pick up those sheets of glass. But of course, before we blow a piece out, we always need to use the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool here. And these are usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent it from burning. And next, Sarah's going in with a simple stack of newspaper soaked in water. So this is just folded up newspaper that she's holding in her hand here. And they can use this to, of course, change the shape of the glass, but they can also kind of guide which way the bubble blows out with this stack of newspapers. And you can see right here, Sarah's hanging this glass down at just a very, very slight angle. But this is using gravity as a tool. It's kind of stretched that bubble out a little bit, created a longer and narrower shape before she starts rolling it on the marver, which is this large metal table here. And she's creating this nice straight-walled cylinder shape so that she could pick up those little pieces of white glass evenly around the entire bubble of glass that we have here. So could I have Sarah's slideshow up on the screen, please? So for anyone who hasn't seen it yet, pretty soon up on the screen we'll have a slideshow going of some of Sarah's other artwork that she's made previously. Once again, we have a visiting artist, Sarah Gilbert, over on that right bench currently. Could I have Sarah's artwork up on the screen, please? Sorry guys, looks like we're gonna have to wait just a moment. All right, so the camera just changed. Could I please have Sarah's artwork up on the screen, please? Nice. Okay, so up on the screen, we're going to have a slideshow going of Sarah Gilbert's artwork. And I just wanted to point out once again that she has engraved all of these pieces of glass art. And some of these pieces are sheets of glass that were created from a cylinder, kind of like these here. And some of them are 3D kind of blown pieces of glass art that she's engraved the surface of as well. And at the center bench, they are getting started on heating up those little pieces of white glass. And they're going ahead and touching that bubble down on top of them and rolling. This will pick up each individual piece of that white glass, hopefully. And it looks like that was successful. So now we have those spots of white glass across our entire piece. And as you may have already imagined, the purpose of these white pieces of glass on the surface of this piece is so that she can engrave the surface of the white to reveal that second color underneath once again. And so she could turn this into a panel, open it up, or she could engrave it as a large blown piece. So something else that I like to share about these pieces is that they're actually a little bit harder to work with because we have different colors of glass side by side of each other basically. So the color that we have is underneath layers of clear, but we have white spots. And different colors of glass actually move and melt slightly differently from each other. And so sometimes a piece will want to blow out in an uneven way. It kind of prefers blowing out through one color versus another. And so that's something else that they have to watch out for as they work with this glass. And so it's just another layer of complexity. And if I didn't mention it to you guys already, this large torch runs at around the same temperature as the furnaces. But instead of heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace, we could focus some extra heat using this torch either on the back end of the piece, or we can even just try to balance heat out if one area is a little bit cold. And this step right here is also a really important part in the process. So this tool that they're using, these are called the jacks, these two metal blades. And they're carving something called the jack line, which is the point in which they're going to break this piece off the pipe later on. So you can see how this cylinder is really starting to take shape as they continue blowing it out. Sarah was remaining on the side of the piece with that stack of newspapers, that pad in her hand, and just making sure that instead of blowing out, the bubble is only blowing in the direction away from the pipe. And of course, whenever they hang the pipe down like this is them using gravity as another one of their tools, and it's stretching that glass towards the ground and just pulling it, making it thinner and longer, closer to that cylinder shape already. And just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer that question. Now this right here is something that you'll only see them do if we're making cylinders. So we just have a large wooden board laid out with layers of wet newspaper as well, and they will roll the glass bubble over top of this. This applies even pressure to the entire wall at the same time, which makes sure that they have perfectly straight walls. And sometimes they will also flatten the bottom while they're doing this, which we may see later on. So we do use a lot of wooden tools in the hot shop, and it can be really helpful because, as you may already know, wood is a very insulating material. So when we use wood on glass, it allows the glass to maintain a lot of heat. So now you can see there's quite a bit of heat concentrated in just the bottom of the cylinder now. So this means that they're going to flatten the cylinder, applying pressure from both sides at the same time, that wooden paddle on the bottom and the newspapers on the side of the cylinder. This is really going to push that glass into that nice corner. Now, once they finish the lower half of this piece, once they finish the bottom and they have everything flat and smooth as they want it, they will usually attach a second pipe to the bottom of the piece and then break the piece off of the pipe that it's currently attached to. And this is going to basically flip the orientation of the piece and give them access to the other side. So you should see that pretty soon. So in preparation for breaking a piece off or attaching that second pipe and then breaking it off, they'll usually torch that connecting area between the piece and the pipe as they just were here. And they want to make sure that they're continuing to keep the entire piece warm overall. So they're going in and out of the furnace very briefly here and there. And this is called flashing, just keeping the glass at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer so that we don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. And you can see that Gabe is preparing that clear attachment on the end of that second pipe there. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. So just then, Sarah was briefly marking the bottom of the piece with a piece of chalk. And this is just to mark the center of the bottom so that they know where to place that second pipe. And Gabe has just come over with the punty. And they're just going to make a little mark or a line in between that connection between the pipe and the piece itself so that the second pipe is easier to remove later on as well. And to break this off, they apply some water to that jack line, which is this little divot near the pipe here. This is causing a little bit of shocking and cracking in the glass, so when they tap the pipe, that will create a vibration that travels to those cracks, breaking that piece cleanly off. So now, as you can see, we have access to the other side of the piece that was previously connected to the pipe. And if we were to be making like a giant cup shape, they would heat up the opening of this piece and be able to flare it open. But in this case, they've been keeping all the openings of these pieces really small, so the opening is probably going to end up even smaller than it is right now, but they're going to finish this off nicely and flatten the top out a little bit. And I think I see quite a few new faces in the crowd, so I want to introduce everyone to what's going on real quick. So today we have a visiting artist, which you may have seen as you walked in through the doors, Sarah Gilbert. And that's a woman who's been working at the center bench here. And today she's been working on these large cylinder pieces that you could see down on this front pedestal here. Specifically, the ones that we're making today are a little bit different. We've been working with some transparent colors rather than this solid black, as well as having these splotches of white rather than an entire canvas of white. And something that's special about all of Sarah's pieces is that she actually engraves the surface of the glass, and this goes through that surface layer of color to expose the second layer of color underneath. So with these pieces, you would engrave through the white to expose the black underneath. You could even go as far as to engrave just a little bit of glass away to get shading and shadows, and then stark black versus white contrast. And so there's quite a bit that she does with these pieces, and we have some examples on display on these front pedestals over on the left and the right here. And could I actually have the slideshow of Sarah's artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's just going to be a little slideshow going of Sarah Gilbert's previously made artwork as well. You'll see some panels of glass as well as some blown objects, but all of them have been engraved. And with this piece at the center bench, you can see we've just broken off a bit of glass on the end. And this was just excess glass that they pulled away from the piece. So we're not going to be using that. They just knock it off onto the floor to cool. And this should leave us with a pretty even opening, and it should have gotten rid of any uneven and maybe thick glass that was around the opening previously, since that breakage isn't always perfect from the previous pipe, as some of you guys saw. And to continue with this cylinder shape, Sarah's going to continue using this stack of newspaper soaked in water. That's this pad in her hand, is simply folded up newspapers. She's going to remain on the side of the piece, just making sure that it keeps those straight walls. And there's a lot of heat built up in the front of the piece, kind of around that opening. So to kind of balance it out, make sure that the back is warm too, they'll go in with this large fluffy flame that they're using right here. So whenever you see a glass blowing team, you'll usually see around 3 people. There's one person who will blow, and then one person who's actually physically working with the glass sitting at the bench, and then there's a third person who can heat the glass or shield the artist's hands and arms from the heat. And you can blow glass with maybe 2 people, but it's really hard to blow glass on your own. But I know that there are people that do things like that. But I would say standard is 3. And this right here, for those who recently joined, is just a large wooden board. This also has layers of wet newspaper on it just to protect that wood a little bit. And they use this to straighten the walls of the cylinder out, since it applies an even pressure across the entire piece all at the same time. And since I have quite a few new people in the hot shop, I think I have enough time for this, but I want to show off the introduction video to our visiting artist since I talked about her a little bit earlier. Once again, she is a Museum of Glass employee, but she is able to make her own art here during this residency, which is really awesome. So could I have that introduction video, please? Could I have that introduction video, please? Could I have that introduction video, please?
We work with artists every week for their residency, and so we go through it on a weekly basis, but it's a big deal and it's a huge honor to be able to work here. It's really cool to get to work with the team that I work with every week, actually realizing my own ideas. This week I'm trying to focus on kind of 3 major projects. One is making these cylinders that will be opened into sheet glass and then referencing older engravings. These cylinders will have very specific layering of color though. So once they become sheet glass, I can cut through those specific layers to make that patterning. The second one being trying to create kind of the illusion of like a dotted line in 3-dimensional space. So maybe that like dotted line that's an arrow on like a map or something, trying to show you direction. But imagine if you had to like go backwards and forwards and over here and then down here, and maybe the whole thing ties you into a knot. That's definitely a new idea and something I'm trying to experiment with. And then the third one is making these flowers, really trying to get like the gesture of my hand in making these flowers. I want them to really appear kind of cartoony in a way. Later, once they're assembled and come back down to room temperature, I'm gonna engrave imagery on the flower petals.
It's a little premature, but Sarah's been here for 13 years.
Wow.
So this is a pretty timely thing for Sarah, and I just wanted to give you a little
Stop it.
token of my appreciation.
To think of like where I was when I started here and how much I've learned from working with this crew and the artists that have come through here, it's pretty huge, and it's a pretty huge like moment in my career, I feel like. So that's been pretty special this week.
So as you can see, this is a previously made video from Sarah's last residency, but during this residency, she is making some similar items in a couple of categories, including these large cylinders, which she is eventually going to engrave. And if I didn't explain to the new crowd already, this is the large engraving machine right here on this front table that she uses to grind away the surface of the glass and get those really fine details. And it looks like they're happy with how the cylinders turned out, so they're going to stop here. And you can always tell when we're getting ready to put a piece away when you see somebody getting suited up over on the right side of the hot shop, which is where we keep those Kevlar gloves. And those will protect the artist's hands as they physically pick up that piece of glass off the end of the pipe to be put away. And in preparation for breaking this piece off, you'll always see them torching that connecting area between the pipe and the piece itself until they see a little bit of movement, like you could see here. And to break this off, just like earlier, we apply some water to that connecting area, causing some shocking and cracking, and then tap the pipe, and that should break that piece cleanly off the pipe and into those Kevlar gloves. And that was a successful break. So this is going into the annealer, which is the large black box on the right wall. This will slowly cool that piece of glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece come back out until tomorrow. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that large cylinder. Nice, thank you very much. And that was our last piece before our lunch break, so we will be gone for about an hour. And we will see you again in about an hour. We'll blow glass until 5 p.m. from there, so you're always welcome to come back. And welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined us. And up on the screen, I just wanted to point out real quick before I get started that this slideshow that's been going is all Sarah's artwork, our visiting artist, Sarah Gilbert. If you haven't seen her already, she's actually going to be working on some engraving in the front here of the hot shop, which we haven't seen yet before, so it's pretty exciting. And that's something that all of her pieces have in common is she will engrave the surface of the glass. And this is either exposing a different color or a different texture underneath and just kind of adding more detail and creating an entirely different piece. So in the hot shop as well, we're going to be creating some more large cylinders, I assume, that will eventually be engraved, kind of like these pieces right here. And with these pieces specifically, we have a large black cylinder, and then we've taken a sheet of white glass and basically wrapped this around the black. So when they carve through the white, it'll expose that black underneath. And you can see that with a lot of her work. That stark contrast and the shading with those hands, for example, we have some of those hands down on this front pedestal right by Sarah as well. So you guys joined in for the very beginning of the process. So at the center bench, we're just going to get started on applying our color to the glass itself. And the color in glass specifically is just different metals and minerals mixed into the glass mixture. So I'm sure a lot of you have heard of like cobalt blue glass. It's literally cobalt mixed into glass. So we do this for different colors. And to get this solid piece of color that starts off like this onto our bubble, all we do is we melt it down and we drop it onto that small bubble, which is a process that you're going to be seeing over on that right bench in just a moment. And this is called a color drop or color overlay. And since there's quite a few new people in here, I just wanted to point out a couple of furnaces real quick. So Nick is gathering out of our glass furnace that we're using today, and this is holding all of our clear molten glass. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds of that glass, and it stays at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And our open face furnaces run off of the same heat source, natural gas and forced air. We have one of these furnaces at each bench. But these are only used for reheating, I'll point out. We don't really have any glass or anything inside of them. Just put our pieces back into the furnace to warm them up again. And of course, we have multiple of these running so that we can work at 2 benches at the same time. And before I continue on, I just want to let you all know if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer that question for you. But I'll just make sure to follow along with what they're doing, what that's going to do, and why. Just kind of explaining the process. And I'll also mention on top of just having questions about the process, you're welcome to ask questions for our visiting artist about maybe her design ideas or her inspiration or anything about the engraving process. So over on that right bench, they've successfully heated up all of that color, and they're physically dropping it on top of that clear bubble. And this is eventually going to be kind of pushed and rolled back to completely cover that clear. And this will create that really smooth, even layer of color, just like these pieces that we have down in the front here. You can see they're just very smooth, very even throughout. And while they're still getting started on this piece, I think I'll play a video for you guys, kind of introducing our visiting artist, Sarah, since she is actually a Museum of Glass Hot Shop employee. So this is kind of a special residency because she's usually helping other visiting artists make their own visions come to life, but this time she's creating her own artwork that she could do whatever she wants with. So could I have that introduction video, please?
We work with artists every week for their residency, and so we go through it on a weekly basis, but it's a big deal and it's a huge honor to be able to work here. It's really cool to get to work with the team that I work with every week, actually realizing my own ideas. This week I'm trying to focus on kind of 3 major projects. One is making these cylinders that will be opened into sheet glass and then referencing older engravings. These cylinders will have very specific layering of color though. So once they become sheet glass, I can cut through those specific layers to make that patterning. The second one being trying to create kind of the illusion of like a dotted line in 3-dimensional space. So maybe that like dotted line that's an arrow on like a map or something, trying to show you direction. But imagine if you had to like go backwards and forwards and over here and then down here, and maybe the whole thing ties you into a knot. That's definitely a new idea and something I'm trying to experiment with. And then the third one is making these flowers, really trying to get like the gesture of my hand in making these flowers. I want them to really appear kind of cartoony in a way. Later, once they're assembled and come back down to room temperature, I'm gonna engrave imagery on the flower petals.
It's a little premature, but Sarah's been here for 13 years.
Wow.
So this is a pretty timely thing for Sarah, and I just wanted to give you a little
Stop it.
token of my appreciation.
To think of like where I was when I started here and how much I've learned from working with this crew and the artists that have come through here, it's pretty huge, and it's a pretty huge like moment in my career, I feel like. So that's been pretty special this week.
So for those who just joined in, that was just a little introduction video going of our visiting artist that we have in here currently, Sarah Gilbert, and she's the one currently working with this large blue machine in the front here, engraving the surface of some glass blown pieces that she's made in the past. And today we've been working on creating many more of these blown pieces. Specifically today we've been working on these cylinders. And we've made 3 so far today. We'll continue to make them in the background as she's engraving these pieces up in the front. And these eventually will be engraved themselves as well. So just as an example, this piece is black underneath, and then we have this layer of white glass on top. So when she etches through the surface layer of white, it can reveal more and more of that black and give different patterns and textures and even shading. She can get very detailed with these pieces. And up on the screen is a good view of what Sarah's currently working on. And for anyone that recently joined, I just wanted to remind you all that if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and grab my attention, and I'll come right over. Now, when we're working on blown projects in the hot shop, we'll usually start on the side benches just to kind of build up the mass we need for the piece to apply our color. And then once we have the glass we need, we'll usually move it over to the center bench and start to fully blow it out and turn it into that final form. So they've gotten started over on that right bench. And for those that recently joined, we've already applied our color. And the form of coloring that we're using throughout this process is through something called color bar. So you can see a piece of it in my hand here. This is just solid colored glass through and through. And we'll melt down a section of that and then drop it onto a small clear bubble, probably about this size, and then spread it over top of that clear to create that nice layer of color. And this just creates a very smooth, even layer of color across the piece, kind of like this nice green up here in the front. Now, before gathering each layer of clear on top of what we already have, we'll usually let that cool down just a little bit, since we're going into that really hot clear glass furnace. We could lose the shape of what we already have, and it would be moving around quite a bit if the center is still quite warm. So we just let it cool down a little bit to have more control. So as you can see, the bubble's not really moving very much at the moment, but it is still glowing inside because it is maintaining a lot of heat. Yeah, so it's a giant ceramic tank sitting inside of here, maybe up to my hip, and it's just a giant pool of molten glass inside of there. And the texture of the glass, as you saw, is very viscous and sticky like honey. So an important thing about this furnace is we have to run it 24/7. It has to run constantly and stay nice and warm for us, ready to use. If it were to permanently cool down, it would actually destroy the ceramic tank that it's inside of because of the way the glass would kind of shrink in on itself as it cools. So, I mean, the building that we're inside of was specifically made for the hot shop that we're in, but it is mostly aesthetic. It's actually based off of these old wood burners we used to have along this waterway here called wigwam burners or beehive burners. And so they used to use those for burning wood scraps, but they don't use those anymore. But this is just kind of paying tribute to what this area used to be used for. And there's an image of one of those burners up on the screen. And of course, I always like to mention the cone that we're inside of is tilted on its side. It's just going to give us a little bit more floor space when we do that. So some of you may have missed it, but over on the center, kind of left side of the hot shop here, Gabe took a tray and placed it inside of this large silver box here called the garage. And on that tray, we had these little sheets of white glass, and they were actually cut out to form kind of abstract, sort of round, uneven shapes. But it's just sheets of these little white shapes. And they were laid out on that plate, and it's set inside of the garage, which is at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is going to preheat that glass enough that they can pull it out and then roll this glass that they have on the right bench over top of those panels of glass to pick them up. And so you see with these ones, we have the black body of the glass, and then they rolled a white panel around it. And this one is just a rectangular panel, but these ones are some abstract shapes, and they're all kind of arranged together, so it'll be a good design. And after gathering one more layer of clear glass, looks like Nick is taking a strip gather, basically. So when you hang the glass down at an angle like that, this is allowing some of the glass to drip right off the end of the pipe. This is called a strip gather, once again. It's just giving us a partial layer of that clear. So all of the cylinders that we've made today, these ones are black. These are made a different day, but the ones that we're making today are actually a transparent green or a transparent gray, depending on which one we're making. And this time, I think that it's a transparent gray. And it is a pretty dark color still, but you'll be able to see the clarity of it later on as soon as they start blowing it thinner. So as I briefly mentioned earlier, once they have all the glass they need for this project, they usually move to the center bench where they can start to fully blow it out and turn it into that cylinder. And we still need to apply those little white pieces of glass. So what they're going to do is they're going to blow this out a little bit. They're going to turn it into a cylinder shape, and that's going to allow them to pick up those little panels of glass evenly along the entire surface of the cylinder. And right here, Sarah's actually just using a stack of newspapers soaked in water to kind of shape this glass out and guide which way the bubble is blowing out. And that may sound like an odd tool, but we use it very frequently in the hot shop, whether it's a blown piece or a solid piece. And this is pretty much as close as a glass blower gets to using their hands to shape the glass. So right here, Sarah's using the marver, which is this large metal table, to support the weight of the pipe on the other end as she's stretching the glass a little bit. Whenever we hang the glass down towards the floor, this is going to stretch it out, kind of giving us a longer, thinner shape for the piece. And then Sarah's using the marver itself to start to roll this glass into that cylinder form. And once again, these flat sides are going to help them pick up the panels of sheet glass on the side of this piece. And I always like to point this out whenever it happens as well, but over on the left, Nick is actually filling the furnace over there. So we have two glass furnaces. This one is charging or melting new glass. And the glass mixture is mostly silica sand, as you might imagine, but it has a couple of other ingredients such as soda ash and limestone to lower the melting point of the glass. So in the hot shop, we actually work with something called soft glass because it has that lower melting point. And if you were to use tools on this glass, you would feel that it is physically softer than other glass. And over on the left side of the hot shop, Gabe is pulling those sheets of white glass back out of the garage. And he's going to start heating these up just a little bit more inside of the furnace. So the garage has preheated them to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But at this point, the glass is still solid, so they have to heat it up a little bit more for it to bend and kind of contour itself to the cylinder. So if we were to keep the sheets of glass or any small pieces of glass inside of the furnace, this furnace runs between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, and it would definitely melt the glass all the way. And so we have to be kind of careful with how long we heat things, so we'll come in and out pretty frequently. And to heat up the face of these panels, they're going to be using these large fluffy flames. They don't want the glass to stick to the plate, so they're just heating the top of the glass right here as they roll this bubble of glass over top of it. And as you can see, this has picked up all of those panels of glass. And we now have these splotches or giant spots of white color across our piece. And to make sure that these white panels are fully in that glass, we want to make sure everything's kind of straight and level. They're going to be rolling this glass on the marver, smoothing everything out. And to make sure that no particles remain from that plate, there you go in with a little broom just to make sure there's nothing left. So now from here, we truly have all of the glass and all of the color that we need for this piece, so they'll be able to start blowing it out fully into this cylinder shape. Now, something else that the Marver does, which some of you probably already knew, is whenever we're touching the hot glass to that large cold metal table, it is pulling some heat out of the glass. And so sometimes they'll use it purposefully to cool down certain areas of the glass that they want to be harder so that it blows out a little bit less in that area. And something else important to note about these pieces that we've been working on today is, as you can see, we have these spots of wide white color across our piece. And so the different colors of glass actually blow out differently from each other because of the metals and minerals that are mixed into it. So if you have a black glass and a white glass side by side, they will try to blow out differently. So you could get kind of an unevenness with the piece. So that's another thing that they have to consider and kind of balance while they work with this piece of glass. So once again, Sarah's going in with that stack of newspapers soaked in water. And this is around the time when they really start to blow this glass out quite a bit and make it larger. So at the end of the pipe, Gabe is blowing a lot of air in, and you can imagine that the pipe is like a straw. It just goes right through and into that glass, inflating the glass like a balloon. And we'll use these large wooden paddles throughout the process as well. Sometimes we use them to flatten certain areas of the glass, like the bottom of the piece. And in this case, we're using it to shield the artist's arm, Sarah, from the heat that's radiating from the glass. And this is also why she's wearing that special sleeve. And later on, you may even see her wear some gloves. And we'll be using this torch throughout the process as well. I might have already mentioned it, but this is the same temperature as the furnace, probably around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch will heat up specific areas of the glass at a time, so we can kind of balance heat out or just blow one area out more than another by applying extra heat. And next, Sarah's going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades here, and carving a jack line into the glass. This divot is where we're going to remove this piece from the pipe later on. So whenever you see an artist swinging a piece of glass like this, and they can do this with many different pieces, this is basically using centrifugal force, or the outward pulling force from spinning, to pull and stretch that glass even further. So sometimes you'll even see them do a full 360, kind of spinning that glass around on the pipe. But this piece is pretty big and kind of heavy, so we probably didn't want to go all the way up and around. So whenever we use any wooden tools, we try to splash a little bit of water on them or dunk them in water just to prevent them from burning faster. Yeah, so it's just water. We use a lot of wooden tools and a lot of water in the hot shop. Sometimes you'll even see us spray water into the glass tank, and this is bursting air bubbles on the surface of the glass. And this right here is just a wooden board. This also has layers of wet newspaper on it as well. So this is going to apply even pressure across the entire surface of the glass at the same time, just to kind of straighten those walls even further. And to flatten the bottom of this piece, they're going in with that wooden paddle on the bottom, just lightly pushing down. At the same time, Sarah is remaining on the side of the piece with the pair of jacks, those two metal blades, and this is hopefully going to push that glass into a nice crisp corner, a 90-degree corner. If you push molten glass in one direction, it's going to kind of want to move in another direction, especially since they're holding the pressure inside. Behind the scenes, Gabe was actually keeping his thumb or hand on the end of the pipe, and this is called capping. They were trying to keep pressure inside of the glass. So the base or background color is supposed to be a transparent gray, I believe, and then the white spots are just going to remain that white. I know it's really hard to tell what the true color of the glass is when it's hot. So I don't know what you mean by the same, I'm sorry. This one is the transparent gray, and this one is just black. I think I was just using this as a comparison to point to the background versus, yes, so these are different pieces. These ones were made on a completely different date. They could have been made on Wednesday or even earlier than that, but I wasn't here for it. But this one is definitely a transparent gray. We've also been working with green today, though. So now that they've finished the lower half of the cylinder, they've finished the bottom and they have some nice straight walls, they're going to prepare a second pipe with a clear attachment on the end. They're going to attach this to the bottom of the cylinder and then break the cylinder away from the pipe that it's attached to right now. And this is basically going to flip the orientation of the piece so we can have access to the other side. So that's what Gabe is doing over on the right, is preparing that second pipe. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. So we've just placed that punty onto the bottom of this piece, and Sarah's just briefly making a line or a divot in between that connection on the bottom and the pipe itself. And this is just going to make it easier to remove this second pipe later on. And next they apply a little bit of water to the jack line, which you remember is the divot between the pipe and the piece on this side here. Then all they need to do is tap the pipe, and that should break this piece cleanly off. And it looks like that was a successful break. So now they have to work on heating up the front end of this piece to start altering that. And so far today, they've been doing something that they did with these as well, which is kind of flattening out the top and creating a really small opening at the top as well, and then just leaving it as is. And usually after they break a piece off of that first pipe, it takes a little bit of time to heat up this front end. So while they are heating that up, can I have Sarah's slideshow up on the screen, please? I was going to show you guys the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork for those who haven't seen it yet. So could I have Sarah's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there will be a slideshow going, and you'll see some panels of glass such as these, and you'll see some 3D blown objects as well. And these all have been engraved by Sarah using this large blue machine that's up in the front here. And to create those panels of glass in the first place, it's really interesting. They'll usually create a cylinder to get these multiple layers of color, and then they'll kind of slice the cylinder open and cut the top and the bottom off, and then they can open it up and lay it flat. But I'm not sure if they're going to do that with these ones. They might just leave those ones as is. So now that they've heated up the front of this piece, they're going in with a pair of tweezers and pinching and pulling the opening away from the rest of the piece. And this is going to get rid of any unevenness and kind of thin out that area of the wall. Usually when they break a piece off from its original pipe, that connection area is just a little bit thicker, it's a little bit of an uneven break. So they're just going to fix that up. And the way that they're going to break it off is by going in with the jacks, which you remember are the two blades, and they're going to make a line underneath where they pulled that excess glass off, and then they'll be able to eventually just break off that little end piece of glass. And next, they're going in with a cone-shaped tool called the Soffietta. And it's kind of hard to see what they're doing from this angle, but Nick has inserted the small end of the Soffietta into the opening of the piece, and this has blocked off the opening, and it's allowing him to blow a little bit more air into the piece. So this is kind of inflating that glass back out. You saw that it was a little bit of almost a cone shape, and now it's a lot rounder. They've blown the shoulder out a little bit more. Now with the Soffietta, they usually do use that large cone side to put in the piece, and then the smaller end is usually the mouthpiece. But because this opening is kind of small, they will turn it around to just make it work and use that smaller end instead. And now after breaking that end piece off, they should be left with a pretty even opening and some thinner, more even walls. So as I briefly mentioned earlier, it looks like they're starting to flatten that top out just a little bit. And they're going to keep that opening pretty small on the top as well. And they're getting pretty close to the end of this piece since they are working on the top of the piece. And sometimes in the later stages of working on a project, especially if it's a little bit longer and larger like this, you'll see them torching the back end of the piece with that large fluffy flame. And that's because the back end of the piece is the last thing going in the furnace and the first thing coming out, so it's naturally the coldest area of the glass. And we want to make sure everything is at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer, otherwise we could get cracking or breaking from thermal shock. Now, while they're applying pressure on the sides of the cylinder using that large wooden board, Sarah's also pushing the top of the cylinder down using just a smaller wooden paddle as well. And hanging the glass down for a moment allowed the top of the cylinder to kind of poke back out just a little bit in that area that it was hot. And this is allowing Sarah to go back in with the pair of jacks and just slowly pull this opening outward, kind of like these pieces in the front. Now, this small little torch here that we're using, we haven't used so far in this process, but you won't see us use it very often. We use it to create these really small details or alter just a really small part of the glass at a time. And this torch is actually the hottest item in the hot shop. I've been told it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And for the few new people who have joined up on the screen, once again, we have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, Sarah Gilbert. And that is the woman who's been working on these pieces at the center bench here with the rest of our hot shop team. And even though she is a visiting artist, she is actually a Museum of Glass hot shop team member. So she's here usually helping other artists bring their visions to life. But today she gets to make her own things and she could do whatever she wants with them. And she started this residency specifically on Wednesday. She's had a residency here at the museum before. So all those pieces you saw up on the screen are glass, even those sheets of something that looks like a drawing, that was also glass. It was a sheet of white and black glass that she engraved through the white to expose the black underneath. So it's very detailed, it's a lot of work, and she uses this large engraving machine down in the front right here to do so, this large blue machine. Now, sometimes before using pretty much any metal tool, we will preheat it in that flame for just a few seconds. And this is because if we touch a cold tool to glass that's around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is kind of cold for glass, honestly, the cold metal can actually crack that glass from the extreme temperature change. So we just have to be careful, make sure everything is warm. So as you can see, Nick is suited up in these Kevlar gloves, so he could pick up this piece of glass off the end of the pipe to put it away. And to break it off, just like earlier, they apply a little bit of water to that connecting point, and then all they have to do is tap the pipe. And that should break it cleanly off. And it looks like that was a successful break. So this is going into the annealer, where it's going to slowly cool down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And the thicker the glass, the longer this process takes. It will have to cool down longer, the thicker the glass, of course. And if you miss the beginning of the process, we'll probably get started on our next cylinder pretty soon, so you're welcome to stick around. And if anyone has any questions, Welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined. Today we have a visiting artist with us, Sarah Gilbert, and she is at the center bench here. Her art is actually up on the screen. These are some previous pieces she's made. And she's actually a Museum of Glass hot shop team member, so she's usually working here in the hot shop helping other artists create their own artwork. But this time, during her residency, she's able to make her own artwork. So this is pretty special. And something you'll notice with all of her pieces is that she actually engraves the glass, and she uses this machine up in the front here to do that. And we have a few examples of her pieces physically on display in the front pedestals as well, but the screen just shows a few good examples as well. And today we've been working on creating these really large cylinders of glass so far. We'll create a base color, and then we'll have these different shapes of white on the surface of that base color. And eventually she'll be able to carve through that white layer to expose the second color underneath. And if you guys ever have any questions, just let me know. But I'll try to follow along and kind of explain what they're doing. So as you can see, they've already started this glass bubble over on the right bench. So this does have a bubble of air inside of it. And we've also already applied that base layer of color underneath. This time it's most likely a transparent green, since last time we were working with a transparent gray, and we've been kind of alternating between the two. So as this piece is blown out later on, you'll be able to see more of that green color, but at the moment, because it's so hot, it's just going to look orange, kind of like lava. And it looks like there's just a little particle or an air bubble in the glass, so Sarah is just cutting a little bit of that glass off. So yes, over in the corner over here, we have a pipe cooler, and it's just a little trough of water. So you set the pipe in the water, and it kind of splashes up and cools it down rapidly. And that's just so we can handle the pipe closer to the glass again. And it looks like over on the left that Nick is just starting to work with that glass furnace a little bit again. And I always like to point this out because you don't see it very often, but right now that furnace is charging. It's melting some fresh new glass mixture. So this pad that Sarah's using at the center bench here is actually a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And this is pretty much as close as a glass blower will get to using their hands to shape the glass. And they'll use this whether it's a blown object or a solid kind of sculptural object. And we still have one more complex step in this process as well, of course. So with these pieces, you'll notice we have those white sheets of glass. So we'll be doing something similar with this piece as well. We'll be rolling this glass that we have here onto these little panels of white glass. And right here, Sarah's actually supporting the weight of the glass using this marver, which is the large metal table here. And this is allowing her to hang that glass towards the ground. This has given us just a little bit of a longer, narrower shape, just getting closer to that cylinder shape that we're going for. And next she rolls it on the marver itself, further getting that cylinder shape. We want to have these really long, straight walls so that when we roll this glass bubble over those little panels of white glass, it'll pick them up evenly all the way around. And I wish I had a physical example of those glass panels that I could show you, but we're using all of them up today, so I don't have any examples to point out. But you'll see them pretty soon. Yeah, so they did tell me earlier that this glass that they're working with probably weighs about 7 pounds, and that may not sound like a lot, but when you have the leverage of something being all the way on the end of the pipe that you're holding onto, it feels a whole lot heavier. I think up to 5 times heavier than it actually is. And here are those panels of glass that I kept mentioning earlier. So Gabe is just heating them up lightly inside of this furnace at the center bench here. They want to make sure to heat these up just enough for it to stick to the glass bubble that they've created, but not so much that the glass panels stick to the plate itself. So it's just a little bit of a balance. And now for the final step in this process, they're going to heat up the face of those panels as they roll this glass bubble over top of them. And those panels should be kind of bendable right now, so they're going to wrap all the way around the cylinder that they've created. And it looks like that was successful. So now we have the panels on our glass piece. They're going to make sure that they're fully in the glass. We want everything kind of flush and smooth. So they're going to heat this up and start rolling it again on the marver, that large metal table. And I've been mentioning this a few times throughout the day, but now that they have those white panels of glass on the surface of this pretty solidly smooth piece, they now have little bits of color that are not the same as the other color around it. They have slightly different melting temperatures, slightly different movement within that colored glass. So if you have two different colors of glass right next to each other, they tend to try to blow out and kind of move differently. So now they have to balance that on top of everything else that they're doing. So these pair of blades that Sarah's using here at the center bench, those are the jacks. And we've just created the jack line, which is where we removed the piece from the pipe later on, that little divot that was created. So now they're just going to move on, turning this into the cylinder. They're going to start blowing it out a lot from here, making it a lot bigger. So the most similar example for what they're working on right now that I have is these pieces down on this table right here. So they're going to turn out pretty much exactly like this shape. The only thing that's going to be different is they're obviously going to have these large spots of white color rather than an entire panel of white color. And then from there, they do, or she will engrave the surface of this glass, but that's entirely something that she has to decide later on what kind of design she wants to do for that. Did you already see her artwork up on the screen, the little slideshow? Well, just in case, looks like the slideshow's up on the screen right now. So there's some good examples of some previous pieces she's made, including blown and paneled pieces. So that one's a panel here, but those panels originally were cylinders as well. And they'll cut the top and the bottom of the cylinder off, cut the cylinder down the side, and then slowly open that up. So this large wooden board that they're rolling the glass on is going to just apply even pressure across the entire piece all at the same time, which is going to leave them with these really straight walls. And for those who just joined, we want these really straight walls because the shape that we're going for is a cylinder shape, a lot like these right here. And for those who just joined, we do have a visiting artist today. You may have seen that sign as you walked into the hot shop. We have Sarah Gilbert in here, and she's actually a Museum of Glass hot shop employee, so she is here almost on a daily basis when the museum is open, helping other artists create their own artwork, but she's getting to make her own artwork now during this residency, so this is pretty special. And today we've been working on this same project, just making as many of these cylinders as we can, all including these little spots of white glass, or these little panels of white glass. And if you didn't know already, our visiting artist is the woman who's currently working physically on this glass piece right now. And right now they're flattening the bottom of this piece using just a wooden paddle. But Sarah's remaining on the side of the piece with a pair of jacks at the same time. This is going to hopefully push that glass into a nice corner on the bottom. And this large fluffy torch, I haven't talked to you guys about it yet, but this is running at around the same temperature as the furnace, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And this torch will heat just one area of the glass at a time, so we can apply extra heat to one area or apply heat to a cold area of the glass to kind of balance the temperature out. So in this case, you see that the end of the piece is glowing kind of a red color. So it looks like they're balancing that heat out by heating up the rest of the piece and letting that area cool down. So now that they have the bottom of the cylinder complete, like they flattened the bottom and the sides are straight and even, they're now going to attach a second pipe just to the bottom of the cylinder. You'll see Sarah's marking the bottom with a piece of chalk. This will just help them get that second pipe centered to the bottom. And over on the right, Gabe is preparing that second pipe. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. This is basically just going to flip the orientation of the piece and give us access to the other side. And once again, over on that left side of the hot shop, if I haven't told you guys already, they are working on filling that furnace up over there. So inside of these tubes, they just have a mostly silica sand mixture, as well as a couple of other smaller ingredients such as soda ash and limestone to lower the melting point of this glass. And this mixture is specifically called soft glass because the texture of it is literally softer and it has a lower melting point. And we've just attached the punty to the bottom of this piece. Sarah's making a quick mark or a divot in between the pipe and the piece so that this second pipe is easier to remove later on. And as soon as that connection is set up and not moving very much anymore, they'll go ahead and apply some water to the previous connection, which is going to cause some shocking and cracking in the glass. And then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break this piece off cleanly. So now you see that we have access to the other side of the piece as well as an opening into the piece itself. So if this were a cup shape, we could flare it open and open the walls of the piece to the opening as well, just widen everything up. But in this case, we're going to leave the opening really small. It's just an artistic choice with this piece. They're going to leave the opening small and kind of flatten the top out a little bit, just like these cylinders here. And after breaking a piece off from its original pipe, that connecting area is usually a little bit thick, a little bit of an uneven break. So usually they'll grab the opening of the piece and kind of pull it outwards and cut off a little bit of excess glass. So you'll see that process as soon as they finish heating up the front of the piece. And I just wanted to remind you guys, again, just in case you didn't know, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to grab my attention and I'll come right over.